Hey guys, sup? How we doing? Okay. How many days till league starts? What is this countdown? Today is Tuesday. We have what, 3 more days ish, give or take. What up, Dragon? Welcome. So yesterday we did a whole bunch of theory crafting around phantasms, and I think honestly this is a very decent. It would honestly be a pretty decent league starter. I wouldn't call it a like S tier. It was not like Defiler level, but this is pretty solid for the budget. And then the high end being something like this with a very healthy amount of extra movement speed, even while cycling and stuff. Also, there was the buff we got. Actually, there was a buff today for the Summon Phantasms, which is Command of the Pits. So there is a universe where we end up using Command of the Pits because now we can get Unholy Might via this 25% chance. So that means once every 4 minion casts or some phantasm casts, which they are casting 2.5 a second, so like in less than 2 seconds of being spawned, they would have Unholy Might on average. And then they have Unholy Might for the rest of their duration or until they get replaced. So if I have 44 Summon Phantasms, that means on average, let's just say 35 have Unholy Might, and the remaining are in the process of getting it. And that would allow me to drop this node and actually still get the second movement speed ascendancy I wanted. What does Command of the Pit get other than that? Would be the next question. It has Abyssal Socket, so 1 extra Abyssal Socket, which is always nice to have. Ghastly IG will give what we just said, and then it has increased life. It doesn't have any suffixes though, so that is going to be the one thing, because like I think this version, how does this version do on suffixes? I think they're actually pretty decent on suffixes. Real talk. Like we have more than enough resistances. I think I can get away with not having. Oh shit! Wait, my gloves are the ones that have triple though. That means this guy would have to replace them as having triple, but it has double. So his PDR goes by an extra res, bone ring. I might have to give up some minion attack speed for it, or go for like suffixes on my ghastly eye jewels. I know like I had some ghastly eye jewel suffixes that I could potentially spare. Like anyone that has increased minion damage recently can technically be spared. So maybe. And of course you can get like res on cluster jewels instead. We can get something like that. Res or attributes would be nice. I think I could make it work, real talk. And by giving this up, I then have 88% movement speed on top of what I currently have. No. I think this version already uses the 88%. So I would be getting offering effects. That's what I would actually be getting. That being said, I wouldn't have the offerings myself, but my minions will have, like, if I were to just get 50% increased effect of offering on top of having Unholy Might, it's still only 2 mil DPS. All that to say, is it even worth? Is it even worth it for that? I guess one thing I guess I could do is I could then drop this for this, which would then give me movement speed. It will give me some movement speed, like 23% movement speed, which is a good start. And I could in turn Um, I need to give Unholy Might to my minions, but it's not here for some reason. Where's Unholy Might? This is for you. Don't tell me I'll have to type it out. Kind of not hoping, was not kind of not looking forward to it, but let's see. Minions have Unholy Might. Good. Drop this. Now, what if I were to drop Flesh Offering? That loses me 5.7 mil, basically 6 mil DPS, but then I could get a ton of block, which would be nice defensively. Or I could just keep Flesh Offering and now have more movement, which is always nice to have. I think that's something I'll keep in my back pocket as an option. The wording on the command of the pits change made me understand that each minion would gain Unholy Might when they hit with the spell. Correct. So each minion would have its own independent Unholy Might buff timer, but because of the fact that it's 25% chance, that means it will take each phantasm on average 4 hits to gain Unholy Might, which means, I mean, based on attack on casting 2.5 times a second, it'll take less than 2 seconds to get it. For each one on average. Now, the ones that are freshly spawned will not have it. So there would definitely be, if we were to use it on someone phantasm, there would definitely be there's a universe where we would cast offerings so frequently that we would overwrite. We would have a healthy amount, I guess. Let's see. Soul Rust. How many phantasms get spawned? Let me actually put a number to the summon phantasm. Mac. Does it say how many spawn? Trigger this, okay. So each corpse is a summon phantasm. The script brings out 5 corpses, so that is 5 summon phantasms per proc. We are procking it how frequent? I think it's 1.3. 1.38. So we get, I want to say we get 4 every 3 seconds, which would then be, that would be 20 phantasms every 3 seconds, or in 2 seconds that is closer to 10, 12-ish. Let's just say 13 in 2 seconds. So on average, there will be 13 phantasms who do not have Unholy Might, give or take. Less than that, probably like closer to 10, since it's on average 10 out of 44 will not have Unholy Might if you use Command of the Pit, and the remaining 34-ish will have Unholy Might. And of course, sometimes more will have, sometimes less will have. That's just the nature of it, but on average. And then for that value, we are then going to be getting movement speed. I don't think it's worth the movement speed nerf. However, it is probably worth going this guy because A, it helps with my res, B, it's just damage. Like, that is better than going offering effects. Yeah, I think this has a higher top end. But then I'd have to make up for the lack of a glove spot, which would be tricky. That was a question I had while checking the vote. Also, is Freshman going to get good uptime when pushing for 44 phantasms? If we're spawning on average 20 every 3 seconds, it would have decent uptime because that is already half of them, And keep in mind out this is a POB where this was on a POB I was scaling a lot of duration. So their base duration, I think I calculated to be like they would have about 3 to 4 seconds of fresh meat. So by that calculation, a bit more than half of them would have fresh meat at a time, and the remaining half of them will not. But this is assuming all you're doing is spawning it with your personal cyclone. You're also on this setup, at least you're also spawning with Queen's Hunger, triggering once every 5 seconds. And I do believe they still have the chance, and I could be wrong on this, but I think they still have the chance. I don't know if they still have the chance to summon phantasms with the supports. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, but it's entirely likely that instead of that 25-ish average, the fresh meat ends up being closer to like 30 something. I have no idea if they would summon themselves. That is something that honestly is a good question. Hmm. I'm quite certain they did not summon themselves. It's only the trigger. Okay. If that is the case, then I guess then you're reliant on your cyclone, or your cyclone and plus its trigger rate plus the chess pieces trigger, which is an extra wait. The chest piece trigger would be an extra 5, assuming there are corpses. If there are no corpses, then no. What up, Ernest? Oh shit. Ernest clicked the thing. What up? Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you a lot. How you doing? Just came in here clicking buttons. So yeah, that means the uptime is actually going to be closer to like 25-ish to like 30-ish. Phantasms will have fresh meat at any one point. So that's not perfect uptime by any means, but it's with how strong fresh meat is, it might still be worth it depending on the build. Depending. I'm currently not using fresh meat because I'm going poison. But it is worth considering at least. Okay. Let's tweak this to have command of the pit at least. It has 2 abyss sockets. Kind of good. Honestly, wait. Wasn't there something about this setup where I didn't think of how I would get ghastly eye jewels anymore? I think what happened was I was saying if I were to switch to mage blood, I don't know how I would make up for the lack of ghastly eye jewels, but hey, look, I've made up for the lack of ghastly eye jewels. I guess. So that'd be command of the pits. Then we have to worry about, oh, it's not even as much of an adjustment as I thought. That means we just need 1 modifier somewhere, and that's probably going to be a bone ring. Which of them though? Probably Nah, strength is... Yeah, we can do strength until 1 res and then get the second res. So 5 res. Ooh, 2 mil DPS. Let's try to avoid it. I'm good. Waiting for Friday like all of us. Yo, Friday can't come soon enough. It genuinely cannot. You know what we should do? We should take a ghastly eye jewel. Wait a second. We should take something like this. Go early res. And then put that in the command of the pits. That kind of solves it. And now we have unholy mites for... Wait, what if I were to do... Let me see. How does this mastery affect POB? I'm curious. Reset? The answer is it doesn't. I could have sworn there used to be the option to say your minions have unholy might. Anywho, that means I'd have to manually put it in here, but there is no real way to... On average, we should have... How many? We said 30 to 34-ish of them should have unholy might. Which is 77%. Which is not bad. And then for what we lose, honestly, at this point, we're ending up around the same similar DPS numbers with if we just went this way. So what is the play? I take this and it's similar DPS numbers because I think we're at 30 watts with this guy. We were at 37 mil DPS. And then past that, now we're 38.7. How long did it take you of regular playing to start thinking about the game like this? Do you mean from like when I started PoE to like being able to make my own builds? Minions has 70% face converted to chaos, 80% chance to read on something similar to cogs. Yeah, but then that would assume we have... I mean, let's see. Let me try what you're suggesting. So it's about 77%. So minions. What is the wording on it? 100% of physical damage converted to chaos damage. Have 77% of physical damage converted to chaos damage. That's the wording, right? I think that's just the wording there. What is Triad's grip? What is Triad's grip's wording? Minions convert this of physical damage to this damage. Minions converts percent of physical damage. Oh, converts to chaos damage. There. Why is that such a big DPS loss? Wait, hold up. I'll get to the bottom of this. Exactly. I started playing PoE in Sanctum League. So that was about December 20 what? 23? I think it's December 22 actually. I started playing PoE December 2022, and my first build was Balor Mages Poison SRS. That was my first build. And as for the second part of your question, how long did it take me to start being able to think about the game like this? It wasn't any one time I was able to do it. I can actually just go through a brief journey of my history right now. And this, we'll go to YouTube for this. So basically, when I was playing that build, every single time I took a node on his passive tree, I tried to understand what it did, why I was taking it, and eventually I tried emulating something similar with skeleton mages. I first understood the concept behind poison, why he went poison SRS, even though SRS doesn't have base damage that is relevant for poison damage, as an example. Then I tried to take that and take the strengths of SRS and apply it to something else that had similar strengths, i.e. skeleton mages. Because the reason you would go SRS is they convert to fire. Fire does nothing for poison. However, they had the numbers, and poison loved having numbers. So you would try to get high numbers, and then you give them a lot of flat chaos and physical damage to shore up the base damage they do not have, to then be able to poison. And that was the same concept behind skeleton mages, because they all do elemental and what do you call it? And so TLDR, that was a learning curve. The build wasn't the greatest, but it could do all the content I was doing at the time, so I was very happy with it. And then that introduced me to more minion mechanics, which allowed me to go into like my next build, as an example. I think I then started messing around with Wintertide brand. I just sat down, was actually learning the systems of the game, and before I knew it, I could see something and now make something out of it, basically. So if you want actionable steps to being able to like make builds, I would say first study what's been made already and understand how it is, like understand these underlying systems that are being used for the build. Like if you see like builds from me, as an example, I try to explain the interacting systems in my video, so you know, okay, I kind of also try to explain the why behind some of the things, some of the decisions I make. And if you can get your mind around the why and how the person gets, let's say, as much damage as they do and as much defense as they do, and you try to replicate that on a different setup, you will run into issues. But in solving those issues, you will be more knowledgeable on the game, and you just keep doing this until you're able to, until you then have the knowledge to be able to put two and two together, if that makes sense. That was how I applied it. Gamercell, what up? Oh, no problem, no problem. I'm just happy I was able to get it out today. Took a good chunk of my day, but it was worth it. So we said minions convert 77% of physical damage to chaos damage. So why on earth is there that much of a DPS difference? Let's convert the full 100%. There's something fishy here, and I don't fully understand what it is. Why is Wither not applying? That's the fishy part. Minions apply Wither on it. Like, regardless, we're going to be fully stacked on Wither, so I'm not even... Minions have 25% chance to apply Wither on hit. Withering Touch. What is the wording here? To inflict wither on hits. Brother. Is it withered? It's withered. Wait. It's withered. Past tense. There. Cool. So now, will this give me more damage? Why does this still give me more damage? Oh, because of this snow, that's why. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. In which case, now I can say 77%. And it's still 37. So basically it's the same, it's the same amount of damage I had before. But I had guaranteed Unholy Might versus having variable Unholy Might. But this one makes it so it's easier to cap my res without my gloves. You know, I actually forgot that gave me res to help compensate for this guy. Enemy resistance differs only since both phase and chaos. Yeah, but the thing is, if you're converting, let's say 77% of physical damage to chaos damage, actually, if you're doing 77%, then in theory that means you're leaving 23% as physical damage, which means for the unhit portion of any given skill, that's very small amount of physical damage gets mitigated by armor way more heavily, so you do less damage. So typically, if you're relying on poison and you're not taking something like deadly ailments that nerfs the hit itself, you're probably better off converting everything or not converting. That way the physical damage hit portion is still notable, if that makes sense. You don't want to reduce the physical damage portion because then it makes armor more effective against it, so the hit portion suffers as a result. But in this case, the reason we have 77% is just because not all minions will have Unholy Might at any one time. But they're also base fizz, so kind of fine, I guess. Either way, with what we have, we are 100% going to still be fully stacked on Withered with these gloves. What if we did something? Let's do this. What if we just went Withering Touch? It supports attack skills. So it isn't supporting summon phantasms. Okay. That's fair. That's fair. So we 100% want Unholy Might in subcapacity. So it's either we go the Ascendancy or we go the Glove. I'm late to the stream. Any bloodline good for Spectres? There are some bloodlines that are good for Spectres. However, not for Wretch Defilers in the Doriani version, at least, because there's no good defense for the way I have it set up anyways. So even with the new Ghastly Eye Jewels, we still end up at the same amount of DPSA. Well, I think this is just really good for when I do decide to go Mage Blood. I think that is ultimately what the goal will be. I think without on the pre-Mage Blood setup, and I haven't contemplated on how the Mage Blood setup would differ, On the pre-mage blood setup, we're going to use these gloves, like regular rare gloves. We're going to use these, and then we're going to take away these. Then on the mage blood setup, what we are going to then do is we are going to use those gloves to replace the darkness enthroned. That would give us some minion poison chance. It would give us unholy might, and more importantly, it gives us ghastly eye jewels to compensate for what do you call it, for our Manamu's 6 ghastly eye jewel limit. And then because I remember going mage blood and having to replace one of these jewels, and suddenly my ghastly eye jewel count was looking kind of meh. So I think that is going to be the play then. And then of course you use mage blood to shore up your defenses. You probably end up going, instead of flesh and stone, probably end up going determination and trying to fit in divine shield. Actually scaling armor, because we will get a very healthy amount of armor from our flasks. What else would be on that mage blood version? Where we are going to need charisma, most likely. We'll need charisma anointed in some capacity, and I need to figure that out. Or I guess instead of charisma, we could honestly try to take 3 points away from there, go 3 points here. This is increased effect of non-curse auras. That allows us to have some extra reservation from here, not too much. Or maybe we take the 3 points, we put it here so that we can then anoint charisma. That might be the play. Either way, then we'd have a very healthy amount of armor. We'd be much tankier. We would still have just as much ES. We would have more movement speed. Damage would suffer though, losing darkness and throne. So I will need to figure out how to not lose damage. Off the top of my head, what can I think about? I think realistically, if I were to try to not lose damage, that might entail something like I would need to make it. I would need to make it up somehow. That somehow is the question. How do we make it up? We already have 2 12 passive clusters fully spec'd into. If we do anything, we'd be losing damage there. Crit is not the smartest option either. I kind of don't want to lose ES. Maybe there'll be a chase graft that is expensive that we can use alongside a mage blood. I guess one way to scale might be to go for like small/medium cluster jewel. I think mediums actually that have, is it no Hound's mark is mark. Curse effect would be one way to do it, and I think there's like increased effect of curses here. Maybe picking up this wheel instead of pathing through here, we path through here, link up through here. That allows us to spend 3 points on this. I don't know. I still don't see it making up for the amount of damage we lose by doing all the changes I just proposed. Something like Soul Rest. If only it had like a corrupt that was aura effect, that would be amazing, but it doesn't. It sadly does not. It doesn't have any corrupted effect that I care about. Isn't the installation mastery enough to just take the shorter paths in the leech cluster? It is enough, but the reason we go for the longer path is because of the effect the longer path has, which is increase maximum total ES recovery per second from leech. This allows us to have more maximum leech per second than without it. So if we were to go this route, we would save a point, but in a situation where we need the leech regen over time, we are going to, let's say, be capped at 10%. Is ES 10% or is it 20%? I always mix them up. One of them is 10, one of them is 20. I think ES is 10%. ES is 10%, capped at 10% ES per second. So leech would only ever get you 10% ES per second in regen over time, but by going these nodes, you're able to go more than 10% ES per second with leech. And having 44 summon phantasms, we are going to be hitting enough to where we're going to be hitting like leech regen cap very quickly, if that makes sense. Even at lower damage numbers, we just have the minion damage count to make up for that. I think it's fine. Honestly, I'll leave it as is. Let me just make sure nothing from today's theory crafts is still left over. So like everything here is fine. We didn't change any of you. You're still fine. We didn't make any permanent changes that I'm aware of. We may have changed this ghastly hydro, but we're not actively using it, so it's fine. And you guys are fine. All right. And then we have envy here, which is basically best in slots. We don't have many other sources of envy, so kind of works out. All right. I think I'm fine with that. To level up to the point of getting to low budget, they can actually just follow my Defiler Summoner leveling guide through the campaign. But then again, Soul Rest should be available very early on, and for 1C, to be honest. Maybe not 6 sockets, but I think it'll be available very early on, and you can actually start trying to take advantage of phantasms early on. What is the next bit I want to actually need to do some big theory crafting for? There's 2, I think, or there is Val Absolution with the Trial Master Ascendancy. That one is going to be, I'm going to need to test something for it, so let's do some testing in game. What was the I do not remember what my I feel like it's this one. It is. It has to be. I think this is my most recently used character. How playable are phantasms without faster approach? Because it felt very bad when I tried at the start without. Every time I've seen, I haven't actually played them, but every single video I have seen that doesn't use faster approach for clear kind of just looks like it sucks at clearing, even though it has like really good DPS. That is why there are going to be 2 swaps for clear. We're going to be using faster approach, GMP, and dropping these 2 for wave clear. And of course, if you want to have this, all you have to do is just ritual omen for 3 white sockets, and then put your green sockets all in there. and these two would swap out for these two for single targets, and then these two swap in for clear. At least that would be the plan for here. Oh my god, this is not the character. Which character is it? This one was from Settlers. This one was my RF AG, but the guy I was with was not RF AG. I don't think it was AG Conic either. AG Conic I think was Settlers. Yes. Yeah. It's not this one either. Well, Mimic and Dreaming is here, so I shouldn't need to migrate anything. Hey. Is it you? Yeah, it's this guy. I believe it's this one. There we go. All right. We ready for more? What up, Dave? Update here for the key question. I mean, we'll be here for more keys. Whenever you're ready to spend them. I do recommend actually farming and upgrading your character to the point of, you know, being able to afford the keys before buying the keys. But it's just a suggestion. How you doing? What did I want to test? I wanted to test Dark Monarch with Absolution. I hate that PoE.co no longer works. It really bothers me. It really does, but it's fine. Dark Monarch with Absolution doubled. Standard. Doing fucking terrible. Woke up half. Jesus. I still can't explain some more tests. Has the situation improved in any way, or is it like that's just the reality right now? Why is this a divine? Where's my money? How do I hide remove only tabs or unhide them? One second. This person's name is from Path of Exile. Thank you. His name is from Path of Exile something. And then numbers, of course. Okay, so we have this. Now we need Val Absolution. can imagine how much space all these remove only tabs take. I have to imagine they made it so it wouldn't take too much space. And they don't actually get loaded or anything until you click on it. Okay, so we're just going to make our own absolution tab, absolution, whatever. Click the cog top right, so I can do it here. Oh shit! Thank you. I didn't even know that. All right. So now we find absolution. Please be my luck leak start, please. But okay. So we have absolution, we have val absolution there, and we now have dark monarch. So now I should be able to see max 6, max 1. So I can't have more than one ascended sentinel is what that means. Okay. Okay. Read the chat. I read the chats afterwards and I concede it was much easier to do it that way. However, I did remember how I turned it off the first time. Did you know my And how did it get fat? Going to sleep. See you Friday for more build guides. Not feeling very happy. I hope you feel better. How late is it for you? And if you're already gone, then good night. See you on Friday or tomorrow if you do stop by. Too late. How late is too late? Because like for me it's 7 p.m. I assume for you it's like 2-3 if I remember back correctly, somewhere along those lines, right? How can I get minus lightning res on rings? Minus lightning res, you get them via Calandra. I don't have mercs are gone, right? So my merc items have disappeared. You get them via applying, I'll show you real quick. Reflective mist. This item on rings. This item mirrors a piece of jewelry and will produce two results. A result that has positive affixes and one that has like the negative counterparts. It's typically very expensive, so I wouldn't recommend trying it yourself unless you're going for something very hyper specific. More so, I would recommend buying it from trade because there's multiple mechanics that can make it for cheaper. Mechanics like betrayal can make it for relatively cheap in comparison via literally just a crafting bench that is provided by the game and stuff like that. But that is how you get minus lightning res on rings. One after 12, like one at night. Oh, okay, yeah, you should get some sleep then. Drank too much, risky soda. All right, sounds good. You should get some rest. Good night. Trying to find it on sale with no luck. Oh, you mean like how do you find it on trade? If you want to find minus lightning res rings on trade, then all you need to do is ring lightning res. Maximum should be the lightning res you want to be the minimum. So like minus 90 to minimum minus 100. I'm looking for rings that have between minus 100 to minus 90 lightning res. And you can see them here. Minus 90% lightning res, 90% lightning res, 96% lightning res, etc. Trying to make your minion build, the defilers. I think you should have all the pieces to be able to put it together in standard. I don't have any planned league mechanic powers that it relies on or anything. So yeah, you should be fine to do that. But yeah, that is how you find minus lightning res. Now, obviously, you probably want to, they can come with other negative affixes. So you want to filter them and really take out the things that you don't care about. Like, if you see minus flat life, that is bad. However, if you have sources of positive life, then you can use it. Because if you have CI, then you have one flat life. I don't think you can literally have -1 to flat life and be CI. I think that would create issues. However, if you have +1 elsewhere and -1, you kind of balance out, if that makes sense. So just make sure you're very aware of the negatives you're clicking before you buy it. Like, this is a free negative. The build doesn't care about it. This is a very, very detrimental negative that you probably don't want to use, and you just make an executive decision. This you can deal with this, you can deal with this, you can deal with this. This is probably decent ring as well, and that's basically how you search it. You are welcome. So I think it's safe to say this only doubles the number of sentinels, like on ascendant sentinels you can have. It doesn't double ascendant sentinel. Good to know. In which case, that is that is the testing I wanted to do. All right. Val absolution. Save. All right, let's start with we start from 0. What do I think is the best ascendancy for Val absolution? It's between Guardian and Necro. Now, Necro is obviously very good for it, but like a part of me really wants Guardian just because we summon Innocence. So like Guardian just feels very, very in line with that. That being said, I would be trolling if I went Guardian. I think Guardian is currently not even close to Necromancer for 90% of minion builds. Like, there's barely any reason to ever go that guy over there. I kind of wonder if it may prevent ascendant sentinels from existing if they aren't normal ones, regardless. It doesn't seem like a good option. Yeah, basically I was testing it just to make sure that it wasn't an option, but even if it was an option, I'd be very on defense about it. Is where I'm at this point. So we have this and this. What are the things we want for Val absolution to succeed? We're going to want to convert. Let's look at my free shot guide. We're going to want to convert yeah, you. We're going to want the Doriani set up in the high budgets. We're going to want as much PDR as we can. We don't need Sublime Vision. No, we don't need Sublime Vision. Giving them Arcane Surge is not a bad idea, so it's not a bad idea to go Bitter Bind points. What are the things that can roll on a Bitter Bind point? Let's see. Bitter Bind point. So aside +1 Spectre, it can have it's basically just Spectre stats. Armor during soul game prevention. This is actually pretty nice. 4,000 armor is a lot of armor, and we're going to be taking advantage of these soul game prevention stats a lot in this build. But anyways, our shield is we're probably going to use, we're going to avoid Sublime Vision in this one because our shield is open. That is the current plan. Losing mana cost to life conversion I found quite hard to manage. Kind of debating running EB without Everlasting Sacrifice. Is that for the Trial Master Ascendancy? Speaking of, I should check to be sure about the Trial Master Ascendancies. Oh my god. Why did you have to do that? Why did you have to... There we go. They posted 2 things today. Oh wait. Oh wait, it's Trial Master. I need to click this one. Less than 3 days left, my G's. The wait is almost over. All right. Trial Master. If I can get 6 corrupted items by looking at Everlasting Sacrifice, which of course is very, very nice to have. So yes, you said you found it hard to manage using mana costs to life conversion, like you weren't regenerating enough life, or what do you mean? We're going to be using what's its face? Divine Flesh. So ES above our life bar. Oh yeah, I just remembered. Even though damage bypasses the ES, when we take damage, it stops ES recharge, which makes absolutely no sense. But so that means we are, if we're going to use Everlasting Sacrifice, which we 100% should because there's no reason not to. 6 corrupted items might be rough, but well, where there's a will, there's a way. Mana cost wasn't manageable, too much reservation. Yeah, I think if you're going Everlasting Sacrifice, you definitely want to have this over your mana just so you're not constantly interrupting it. That being said, it is quite annoying that you have to do this, because the reason it's quite annoying, actually, let's move Val Absolution here so it's easier to access. The reason being, this comes with less ES recharge rates. So you have 2 options here. You either A, have so little ES that you can use flat ES regen on certain pieces, and that makes it go to like, that is enough to push it over the edge every 4 seconds. Or B, you spec into ES recharge rates. I'm not the biggest fan of the ES recharge rates route, simply because with ES recharge rates, with ES recharge rates, you're just wasting passive points, it feels like. Not really, because it's important for you to have 5 max res, but that's what it feels like. Definitely feels that way. Since I have Leech, I can technically also use Zealot's Oath to get some ES recharge going. Or ES regen, rather. Something that makes Kong Ground affect ES as well, like Pious Path would make you free. Anywho, we're going to take this. I think we're going to take Mistress of Sacrifice, and then we're going to round out with Corruption's Embrace. I don't think it's worth going for this. And honestly, like if I had to say, wait, Vow skills have increased skill effect duration though. Okay, no, that one is big. Because we really want Val Absolution to have as much skill effect duration as we can get. 50% increased duration is huge with that in mind. Back in Freesia, I didn't run EB and I just did flat ES regen on Ghastlies because that doesn't stop like recharge. Yeah, that is one way to do it. But the problem I find with that, like with regen, is that you have to actively limit your ES. And when you're using Doriani, Doriani just comes with ES. And I think, what is our helmet going to be? What are our uniques first and foremost? Let's start there. Freesia, Absolution. What were the uniques besides Doriani? Doriani, Replica, Dawnbreaker, and then Belt. Where was the Mage Blood version? I mean, it's the same thing, really. We switched to Ashes. I think I was testing quality scaling, and yeah, that's what I was testing. I don't think I ever approved of this version though. I'm not 100% sure. This was theoretical, using voices and whatnot. It was theoretical. Okay, that explains that. I still recommend this one. Okay, so these two are mandatory. There isn't really a better choice than this, other than maybe Unetals, but you don't need Unetals. Of course, minus lightning res. That kind of makes up for these guys. So we'll start with Doriani's. Area is wasted for it. Yeah, we don't care about the area, but we do care about the skill effect duration, and 50% is a lot. That being said though, this also has 40% skill effect duration. So 50% versus 40% is just 10% difference, but the format allows me to have offerings. So I'm still likely going to go Mistress of Sacrifice. Very likely going to go Mistress of Sacrifice, and then this is the fourth one. Now, between this and Dawnbreaker, Dawnbreaker needs 20% lightning as fire. Okay. I mean, ideally, you also get physical as fire because that is very, very nice. Then Doriani, we corrupt to get +2 AoE. Let's not go straight into the highest budget, shall we? Let's just do a simple corruption, you know? Small steps. For you, we're going to corrupt you and go for probably block chance. What other things can we corrupt with little consequence? Darkness Enthroned can be corrupted with little consequence. Probably Wrath Aura effects, if I had to say, or Zealotry, either or. So that's 3. We need one more corruption. Do we have a second ring? I guess Calandra's Touch is another easy corruption. No, it's a mirror. They can't corrupt it. Replica Dragon Fangs could be one. Early on, we're going to have corrupted chests. That being said, we're going to drop it. We are also going to need a lot of strength for this build because I want to go as much into armor as, what am I saying? Chest, not chest. We have Doriani already. I want to go as much into armor as we can. So for all the non-chest piece things, I want to have pure armor if I can. So boots, armor, Leviathan, Greaves. We're going to need Spectres in this build. I'm going to need to get them to level 21 without Empower. So we're going to put life here. We're going to put movement speed here. I'm going to leave it as is because I'm not sure if I want to go Elder plus 2 Minion plus 2 Spectres or if I want to go Eta Exarch yet. Helmet. We don't care about Dark Monarch for this. We don't care about Rate Load or anything. We go for a rare helmet, which is a very, very big defensive boost. Armor. Giant Slayer. So we need at least 224. We need at least 224 strength. Then life. And then for prefix number 3 should be probably increased armor. This can be recombinated with decent success. Then for suffixes, we just go resistances. Implicit. This version, anything that doesn't have mage blood, will not be using max res from implicits. So what am I going? I could go curse effects. I don't care about minion life on this setup. Yeah, let's go curse effects. We're going Doriani, so if I had to do anything, it would end up being a mark, and there's no mark here. So I guess what else I could do is punishment effects, because I might go punishment. I don't know, we'll decide later, but for now, let's start with minions. Deal X% as fire damage because we're going to have a bit of extra fire res. That much I know. Amulet should be replica Dragon Fangs. Can we finally? Oh shit, the tech is here. We can actually choose our skill instead of manually typing it. Absolution. Corrupt. Just corrupt. We don't really care too much for what we get or don't get. The important part is that it's corrupted. These are our 4 corrupted uniques. Why do you only have... Brother, why is... What do you mean has 1 abyssal sockets? Oh, it's an implicit. I could have sworn it was 2. Okay. So Darkness Enthroned, we're not doing that, is what that means. We'll get regular Darkness Enthroned. So what is going to be belt number 2 or corruption number 2? or number 4 rather. Not you. There is a universe where it ends up being my boots, because I tend to not affect, like, change my boots. We'll cross that bridge and get to it. I could see it being a convoking wand. We'll go for a convening wand because that is lower requirements. +1, +1. This is a high budget version, so minions will increase damage. Tier 3. Suffixes, we have attack cast speed, trigger, yeah. Let's, before we start DPS check-in, I'm not going to copy this because then I have to go back and forth between absolution and whatnot. I don't want to do that, so we leave this for now. When we actually link it and whatnot, then we can mess around with it. But just to confirm, absolution cascade, how many does it create again? There's a center and then on each 4 sides, so yeah, it is 5, right? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, I think it's 5. All right, we've honestly started with way more items than I typically would, just because I have a very solid idea for what I want. Next up, what are we getting on our tree? We have, what are our defensive layers? We're going to be using what do you call it? There is every universe that we are going to be using the Minion Mastery for our CDR for Absolution. We're also going to be using Glorious Vanity. So the same Glorious Vanity we use on the Registry Filers we can probably use here, which is a whole bunch of PDR. That being said, Minion duration is very comfortable. We actually want this node. And we want to take this because these are very important for what we're going. So yeah, it can't be here. Can it be here? Absolution doesn't need anything in this realm, and an impossible escape will have one. It wouldn't have this. It would be 1, 2, 3, 4, and it might cover here. Yeah, I don't know if this might get converted, it might not. Not entirely sure. It does. Okay, so yeah, I think we are going to be getting it, is what that means. So let's find, well, I guess first things first, let's go impossible escape, pain attunements. This allows me to fully flex this area. Oh, this is in the range. Okay, 1, 2, not you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all fair game. Cool. So let's select them. Now let's go into find Timeless Joe Jibakwa. pane attunement, filter nodes, node distance 0. And what do we want? We want automation studies with a regular weight of, or it's a secondary weight of like 10. You could grab the socket without pathing to it. No, I don't believe so. No, it is not classified as one of those nodes that you can take. So we have this with, we're prioritizing. Then a coat of chaos will have a weight of 5. Let's put it on 6ish, and then past that, what else do we care about? Increased life is decent. I don't care about, I mean, hierarchy is decent as well, but really I want things that would boost my survivability. This should be like 3. There's spell suppress here, and then there's chance to block. Brother in Christ. Okay, how about this? Automaton studies. Let's go 10. Why is the best case scenario only showing like other stuff? Did I give it too much weighting? I don't think so. So it makes me think I gave this one too little weighting. So let's, I don't know, let's reverse it. We'll take this one to 1 and take this one to 10. There. This is more what I expected. So that was kind of weird. So like this is fine. All of these having 3 and nothing else. I thought I have something like this, which is 4. Something like that. So what are the good ones? You are good. You're trash. Actually, yeah, you're trash. You're good. You're ass. And then you're decent. You're also good. All right. So something like this is perfect. Then I think I'm gonna get this one. For this setup, we are not limited by auras, so we can go determination if we need to. We do want to pick this up though, so we can shield charge with ease. How do we do it? We can obviously come here, get this and this. That's obviously the way to go. Then increase the effect of offering, convocation. We need to be in this vicinity for block chance and brother in Christ, you, for more block chance. I think this one has a very high base chance to block, but then it's Going the Dawnbreaker route, we are going 3 resistances, right? You know, I just remembered I shouldn't be getting Lightning Res or Giant Slayer. Helmet should not have that. Cool. I just remembered. Kind of totally spaced. We now have 50% and 30% here. 20% here, rather. Brother, can you show? Yeah. I don't fully understand that bug. So we have 20% here, we have 50% from the thing, so now we need 30%. That's going to come from Watcher's Eye. So the Watcher's Eye is going to require that I have Determination as well as 2 purities. Purity of Fire and Purity of Ice. Those are the 2 requirements for... Those are the 2 requirements. So let's just do it real quick. Alternatively, we can just choose to go Purity of, say, Ice, leave Fire alone, and then use 1 mod on the... Actually, no. We can't go for PDR on the Watcher's Eye because that'd be looking for too much. We'll go for Purity of Ice and Purity of Fire. Purity of Ice, Purity of Fire. Then Watcher's Eye. Purity of Fire, Cold and Lightning taken as. Purity of Ice, Fire and Lightning taken as. And then they should both be 15. Ideally, life is decent. Desecrate. Bone Offering. That's it for now. Desecrate and Bone Offering, that puts me way overcapped on regular block. Way overcapped. I'd rather have this though, so we drop this. What if we drop that and then went some like this? That puts us very close to where we need. Now we don't need Tempest Shield or anything like that. One, two, and then you pick this up as well. Go there, pick that, pick this. Instant leech. I'm going to want endurance charges. Okay, so we're going to have to make a change to this tree because it's taking way too many points. I can already tell. We're going to have to shed some weight. I guess first things first, how long is my Val Absolution lasting right now? Last 35 seconds. That is not as long as I was hoping for. That is not as long as I was hoping for. Which means there's a possibility we might have to go for this wheel. In which case it goes up to 42.9 seconds. Is there any easy way I can think of to scale skill effect duration other than what we've already done and trial master ascendancy? There aren't too many options. That's the big problem right now. Even with all this skill effect duration, it's still just 42 seconds, 43 seconds. If I had to go 50% increased skill effect duration, that goes up to 51%, 51 seconds rather. Let's comment it out for now. So there's every universe where I might end up going this, as well as this, because skill effect duration. Increased effect of auras from your Val skills also just helps by just getting like Val, what are the auras again? Val impurities and whatnot. That would also be nice to have. AoE less so, but like it still has its use in terms of keeping minions in its range. The one thing I'm very worried about is that I would have to drop Bone Barrier. I guess there's always F and F Mistress of Sacrifice. If I decide to use a Forbidden Flesh and Flame for Mistress of Sacrifice, that could work. But Val impurities would apply only to the temporary aura. I mean, in this case, it's just effect of auras from your Val skills. So what you're saying makes sense in the sense of it might only be from the auras from the Val skills themselves and not from the base skill. The wording is weird. The wording is weird. I'm inclined to believe it would affect the base aura. Simply because the moment you get Val haste, Val, and basically any Val aura skill, even the base aura tends to be affected by anything that affects Val skills because it is the gem. The gem now has the Val tag. So I'm inclined to believe this would affect your base aura gems. It would have to be tested. Can't be 100% sure yet. It would definitely have to be tested. So if I get the 50% duration here, that is 51 seconds of uptime. Are there any sources of Val skill duration that I could potentially get for free? Wait. I just remembered something. This duration doesn't take into account minion duration. It takes into account skill duration, but it doesn't take into account minion duration. So I actually have a bit more length than it says, which is, what am I missing? I'm missing 44, or is it 64? 20% and then 24, 44%. So 44% increased skill effect duration. So the reality is we are currently at 50 seconds. Then if I were to get the ascendancy, we would be at 58 seconds. Minion duration does not affect soul gain prevention, but it increases the duration that innocence is there for. That being said, the whole idea around what we're designing or building is to always have soul gain prevention. We want to fill up absolution and then use it 5 times in a row while he lasts the entire map, and you want to clear the map in that time. That is the idea anyways. That being said, this does feel quite stretched. What do we do about it? FNF missions of sacrifice. I lose 10% effect duration, but it's cheaper than FNF in bone barrier. Picking up bone barrier, let's just do 10 here so I don't forget later on. $58 seconds would essentially be a minute. Vow absolution. Let me just make sure the gem doesn't inherently have any sources of duration. It doesn't, right? Nope. It just has minion CDR. Vow skill effect duration 20%. Thing is, it uses 8 souls with 80% reduction on the small node for second node, has 1 soul per second. Here's the thing. Yeah, this has 1 soul per second, but once you press the thing, you'll be on soul lockout duration, which means you cannot gain vow soul. So it doesn't matter where it's from, you still wouldn't be able to get it. So like this wouldn't be active in that time. It would help you get to the max of 40 souls quicker, but it wouldn't actively give you souls while you're in prevention window. Like this jewel is a thing that I could consider at series ring because it's 20% duration, and it has a 20% chance to regain consumed souls when used. Chance to regain consumed soul when used is this one. I guess if I were to go 40% chance to regain consumed souls when used. Let's see. If we went this side instead, Priest of Yalmak, right? We paired it with an Aterius Rain. We now have a 40% chance to regain consumed souls when used. That means we use it 5 times before we run out. Out of those 5 times, we should gain 2 uses out of it. So that would take us to 7 uses on average instead of 5 uses. Again, this is average. So sometimes you end up with more uses, sometimes you get unlucky and you end up with the base 5 uses. But I think I like the idea of that. I think that would do more for us than 50% duration. So we would pass on the 8 seconds that this would give us, because right now it's 50 seconds, and with the 50% duration, that would then be 58 seconds. So we'll pass on that. And instead, we're going to go 40% chance to gain the souls back. That's you. And with the less souls per use, we then go down to the realm of, instead of having 5 casts, we actually have 6, which would still be on average 8 per map or something, but like we're pushing on 8 to 9 at this point. So I think that is the play. And then you F and F Mistress of Sacrifice, which means we lose an extra 10%. All right, so let's just pull the band-aid right now. Forbidden Flame Mistress Flesh Mistress. Let's put a 12 passive cluster. Okay. I don't want to rely on a Spectre for endurance charges, so we are still going to use Enduring Composure most likely. That gives us Mistress. We're down to 48 seconds skill duration. Barely noticeable. That being said, now we have to question how to properly take advantage of this. I think I said I wanted armor to be a big part of this build, and I meant it. So we're going to drop that area. We're going to pick this up. We're going to move the Watcher's Eye to here so that this one can be empty. We are also, and this is still in theory, of course. We are then going to do this. Choose Unnatural Instincts. No, Unnatural Instinct would suck because it would disable these two. It will lose me 20% duration there or 20% duration here. There is no good place for it in here. Because the idea here would then be to use what's the name of that thing? The name is light something within I don't remember the name of this shit. Save my life. I do remember the build I used it in though. Settlers, Chains of Command, Poison, Chains of Command, Unnatural Instincts, and then The light of meaning. Okay. Thank you very much, pass me. All right. Light of meaning. Armor. Wait, is that where I actually want it? I'm not sure. I feel like I want it here. So that we'll play around with this first. Yeah, natural instinct would then give me some skill effect duration from here. It also gives me the reduced duration, so that's unideal. But I guess I could do this down to 44 seconds, which is not ideal. But with these guys, it's down to 42 seconds. I could, on the other hand, flip it. Should grab the lightning res. If I grab the lightning res, then it will exclude it from this area as well. It's unfortunate, but this way I would still get a bit more armor from the light of meaning. But it is a lot of lightning res, to be fair. 18%. I guess if I take the one node, it's not a make or break. Broad speed also in the light. Yeah. So like these chance to block are in there. We have movement coming from there. We have phase. No one cares about the phase ball. All of these are within range. And you said the prod speed. Which one is prod speed? Oh, you mean here? Yes, it's within the range, to be fair, so there is no good option. The good option would be to have a bit more cold res, but I think we honestly have a decent amount of cold res already, simply by existing. So you do have a point. You do have a point. Is this worth it? Is this worth it? Or do I just cut out this entire section? Ignore the skill effect duration from here. Use the points I get from there to juice endurance charges a bit. How do I want this tree to look? I need to have here, but I also feel like I want to have here because there's life, there's endurance charges, there's a lot of life. There's a lot of survivability to be had in this area. I'm happy with where my block is at. it's grabbing both of them, but this is 10% and this is 5%. So I end up with 10% extra than I started with. Do I really think I want to use this much armor? Granted, I don't have my gloves. Let's put the gloves in first. Let's make an informed decision. Leviathan gauntlets. We'll have life on there. We'll have increased armor. We have flat armor. The question is, do we actually no? We go minion damage. Then suffixes would be strength. And then we can go double res. Okay, just go chaos res. If I'm going this way, it means I have to start suffixes first. Which means one of these have to be essence crafted. Alright, in that case, we start with Dex essences until decent strength, reforge chaos, then go for prefixes. Exarch, Eta, minion damage. All right. How much armor are we looking at? 33k. We aren't using the term yet. $61k armor. It's a very healthy amount of armor. Like, our physical mitigation would be through the roof if we do this. But that being said, it's a lot of investment. It really is. Unless we're to drop a 12 passive cluster, but I don't think I want to drop that. I definitely don't want to drop that. I definitely don't have the space to go ES recharge. So if I had to go Shepherd of Souls, what I would do is I would be going for the Ghastly IGO mods, which means the Darkness Intro needs to have two ES mods. Let's go Fist to Lightning because it's the most no-brainer supports we have. Then we have regular spell Echo. Why did he go down to that? It means EB is keeping up both skill cost and everlasting. Yeah. I don't want... Do I want early focus? I don't think so. We will be using a Spirit of Fortune, and we can get Spirit of Fortune to apply all the shocks we need. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sure, we can actually go LE focus. Yeah, let's do LE focus. Bone rings. I think bone rings are here. Custom minus 90% to lightning resistance. If we're not going to have a mage blood, we're going to remove this. Let's just focus on minus 19 lightning res and positive life with positive minion damage. Anything else can basically wait. Okay, let's drop positive minion damage and let's go for 1 resistance. Chaos res. I assume Doriani just works without me putting minus 200, right? Yeah, it does. Jesus. All right. We have Val Absolution with his Cascade, that is 5. I think we said right now we should be getting on average 5 5 hits with the Cascade. These will likely end up being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Body armor. Bone offering. Raise Spectre, raise Spectre, raise Spectre. We are level 25, so we don't need +2 minion boots or +2 Spectre boots. So we're going to avoid having +2 Spectre boots. We're going to have Animate Guardian as well. And then we're going to go Meat Shield. Minion Life. Then in this we say it goes in, let's say helmets. Then we're going to go a golem. Summon stone golem. That gives us even more armor and some regen, and pair it with Feeding Frenzy. Put it in gloves. Let's put these in boots. And now for the specters in question, what specters are we going to use? Obviously, Spirit of Fortune is a no-brainer. What if we went Guardian Turtle for determination instead? Let's add it and let's see how big of a difference it makes. $57K instead of $64K. It's about 600. It's about 600 armor, 6,000 armor. If we want to juice as much damage as we can, though, I think it's the play. Guardian Turtle, Spirit of Fortune. Okay. We have 4 specters. We have 4 specters, yeah. So number 1 is Spirit of Fortune. Number 2, remove this, remove this, remove this. Number 2 is Guardian Turtle. Number 3 is Forest Warrior. Anybody that makes it easier for me to cast Absolution, I am all for. So the Onslaughts and Calling Strike, very nice. While we're at it, Forest Warrior, Calling Strike, and then number 4. Who is number 4? Pain Artist, and if prices aren't cursed, Forest Tiger. I'm all for Forest Tiger, but he is squishy, which has always been my downside with him. Pain Artist gives Zealotry, which is nice, and it gives crit multi. But to properly use it, you need to be going crits, and I'm currently not going crits. If anything, I'm going control destruction. So yeah, I'm going anti-crits. So I wouldn't go pain. I wouldn't go Pain Artist, but I might. Who would the last guy be? Yes, this is true, but you wouldn't want a Spectre that's dead half the time. It's a problem. Out of the perfect Blasphemer is an option, because Smite is always nice to have. Perfect Blasphemer. Smite is very nice to have. Look at how much damage that he added. All right, those would be the support specters. Those would be specters. Anime Guardian though. I would want an I think I remember getting an Explode AG for this, and there was a big difference. I really enjoyed having the Explode AG here. So there is every reason to do that. Live, physical. Is physical better than lightning? Nope. So we'll go directly into lightning. We'll just do that. Then we still need to figure out resistances. There's still some space to fill. We've also not even bothered with ailment immunity. We can't run Purity of Element, so we need to run Storm Shroud on this setup. This is what I mean, like, is it worth it? Because like with F and F, we're already jewel starved. Going on Natural Instinct and Light of Meaning just seems like overkill, especially seeing as we don't have this guy and we don't have this guy. All right, we have 21k fizz. What we're going to do is we're going to save this here. We're going to remove Light of Meaning and remove Unnatural Instinct. We're going to cut out this entire portion. Cut most of these out for now. Then with the points, we're going to take this. You have endurance charge. I've got to put it. All right, let's go back a bit. Light of Meaning, Unnatural Instinct. It's actually 26k we're at. Green friend is active. We're actually at 26ish k. His max hits with 57k armor. All right, duly noted. Light of Meaning, none. So this is what we need. I think this is okay. We're only at 20k though. We're only at 20k fizz max hits. And we lost resistances. Why did we lose resistances? Because we lost here and we lost. I mean, we didn't have these two, but we lost this. Which actually makes it easier to cap minus 200 lightning res actually. We need a Storm Shroud. With minimal lightning res in the ideal universe. We put Storm Shroud in there. Now we need to have chance to avoid shock. This is where my boots come in. Where are my boots? Leviathan Greaves there. Which, let's put them together here. All right. Essence. Torment. 60% chance to avoid shock of 58. Syrian Exarch Worlds. I believe it's Eater of Worlds that has avoid early ailments. We have 58, so we need 40 something. We need 42. There should be avoid shock directly, which is not avoid early ailments, but avoid shock. Is that not an option? It might be Syrian Exarch then. Yes, you're in exile. Avoid shock. We need this. And then Eta worlds can then go regen per endurance charge. And now while we're at it, that means we can go cold. Fire and chaos. There. Captain Res. Now ailment immune. Yeah, okay. So that was good. So then we can go Lunaris. Broad call. We've been hit recently. One enemy nearby in case it's on single targets. What else do we have going on for us? It's already there. I've used a minion skill recently. Have you consumed corpses? 5. What is the duration of this? 40 seconds, 41 seconds. So that means if on average we're getting 8 to 9 casts, we're then looking at 41 seconds times, let's say 8. 328 seconds. So we're looking at a total of 5.4 minutes. So 5.5 minutes to complete your maps. Not bad. Not bad at all. What else are we doing here? In terms of auras, we need zealotry. And aside zealotry I can pair with generosity if we have these sockets, but I don't think we'll have these sockets for this setup. How much mana do I have left? Flesh and stone. We're using this. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, and before I forget, for the ghastly eye jewels, honestly, even aside this guy, let's just go energy shield regen. Oh wait, energy shield is oof. It's a prefix. That is not great. Now if we had to corrupt it, obviously we can fit it, but that is not great. We also need to anoint an affix here. Replica dragon fangs. I guess I've already decided on what my anoint is going to be without realizing it. Death attunement for the extra spectre. Kind of not even negotiable with the current tree we have. We need to anoint that. Why on earth do I have this? The fuck? Huh? When was that selected? I mean, it was a mistake, but weird. with the points we have left, what do I select? Oh wait, where's our anti-stun coming from? Immutable force. We don't have anti-stun yet, so now we do. I think it's 962. That's the breakpoint or something like that. Thereabouts. I don't like how empty this zone looks like. It feels like it's wasted points. What do we do about it? Can try this. Very healthy amount of points. Why is my lightning max hits lower? Where's my... Oh my god, where's my Watcher's Eye? Did I not replace it? Well then, screw that. Watcher's Eye, Dawnbreaker, Divine Flesh. I didn't take the Divine Flesh. Okay, cool. Now it matches. Let me just make sure I didn't take 2 Watcher's Eye. No, I didn't. I don't like the max hits on this. And I feel like the skill effect duration is stretching me thin. What did I do in free shot? Let me just go back there and see. We didn't have to go duration scaling, which was bliss, if you will. We also use light of mini to cover our chaos res. Why did we need so much chaos res? What were our slots doing? Chance to avoid shock boots with chaos res and dex. Why did I need so much chaos res that I needed to go glorious vanity? I probably went melding. No, I don't have melding here. Helmet has... Oh my god. How do... I've forgotten... I've been trying to replicate fractured mod since... for Lord knows how long. I forgot how to do it. How do you do it, my guy? Pass me, tell me, show me the way. Where is it? Huh? But this shows it's fractured. Is it not this? Whenever I do this, it doesn't seem to work though. This is exactly what I've been doing for fractured. And it doesn't show golden. The fuck? Anyways. Let me think. Why was this way more straightforward than my current setup? What is my block chance? Nothing crazy. If I had to drop for F and F, my jewel, I would be in a much more comfortable spot jewel wise. This also is darkness enthroned. And this can very easily be made into a witch version. You just need to take a few points from certain areas. I haven't had the space for mediums here. I guess I am using an impossible escape when I probably shouldn't. Like here, this is an easy PDR spot. I'd have to drop here, but like I'm not even using here in my current POB. I wouldn't need Light of Minion with my current setup. I still don't fully understand why I need Chaos Res. Like it seems like I have enough spots to cover Chaos Res, and between that and the purities, unless I'm not going double purities, I am. So why? I don't know. I don't know yet. We'll see. I do like this tree quite a lot. I do like this tree, so my current setup's phase max hit is actually okay, but I do need to improve my early max hits. I need to figure out how to improve those early max hits. I mean, the easy solution is max res. And how did I get max res? Everlasting Sacrifice. So I'm going to have to make, if I have Everlasting Sacrifice on my current setup, which I can get, by the way, with the points I have. Everlasting Sacrifice. If I get that, my max hits are now very competitive. So my current, so this is actually still fine if I can get Everlasting Sacrifice. The problem with that is that means I need to start corrupting other stuff. So like 1, 2, 3. Can't I just corrupt Darkness and Throne without removing the implicits? Just corrupt 4. So that's 4. That seals our, it seals Shepherd of Souls, but we need 2 more if we're going to go Everlasting Sacrifice somehow, and then we need to dump something here for it. It's either the flat damage or the life, and right now I don't want to dump life, so it's going to be flat damage. Okay, that should be enough ES regen. 73 a second plus, what is ES leech / on hit rate? The fuck is that? In any case, we're recovering 73 a second and recharging 101, so that's like 174. And so in 4 seconds, we're getting 692 ES, which is enough to proc Everlasting Sacrifice. So it would have perma uptime if I can just fit 2 more fucking corrupted items. That would be a challenge. Give me a second real quick. All right, where were we? We're looking at everlasting sacrifice. We said I confirmed that it was 100%. It was 100% going to be enough for everlasting sacrifice if I can fit in 2 more corrupted items. Realistically, that means I should corrupt my wand. Why corrupting the wand? It would be an expensive corrupt though, but by corrupting the wand, what are the odds I'll ever have to adjust, like tweak it? Very slim. It doesn't have any modifiers that I particularly care to keep replacing. It's just that's the wand. Whereas with the helmets, depending on where my crafted modifier lies, it could be prefix, it could be suffix, most likely suffix. I could adjust that. I could adjust the implicits. There are things that you might want to tweak on this helmet. The boots I probably don't want. I think the boots are honestly on the cheaper side to where I can actually corrupt it with little consequence, so long as I am sure of what it currently is, and I don't see myself having to adjust these boots. That being said, yeah, one offering has chance to avoid shock, so we corrupt it and hope we don't get any implicits or any modifier changes. It is that if I don't want the implicit to go, that makes it a very dangerous corruption. This is 6, but like I'm not happy with these corruptions, you know. I wonder if corrupted flasks would count for it. Forgotten Hands, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Welcome. How you doing? Would it actually? I don't think it will count flasks. Flasks are typically not considered equipment in that regard. It's typically just your equipped items. Hmm. Now, if I could corrupt every single thing I'm currently wearing, sacrifice of blood would be fucking dope. Because we'd always be on full life, and we do have regen, so that's just 30% more life. But I guess this counts as the defensive as well. Is there anything we can't afford to? Wait, let's see. We have 1, 2. This is one that could be 3. Another one that could be. This is also another cheap corrupt. 4, 5, 6. So if we corrupt gloves and helmets, that allows us to go for the sacrifice of blood optionally, which would effectively be 30% more life. Because like we'd always be on max life thanks to leech, and then the life regen we typically try to get, which we already have like 360 of. Now granted, we'll cut this in half, so like 180, but then that would start slowly building up into more life to be even tankier, and that's cool. But one thing I want to 20 Val Absolution. This is already level 29 gem. I still want more damage out of this setup. Now I know I haven't set up my anime guardian. I haven't configured it in like I haven't actually configured it, so there's damage to be gotten there. But I want an explode anime guardian, which means offensively he's not going to do too much. He's going to have an explode chest, maybe an explode weapon with endurance charge gen. He doesn't need any curse on hits, so he doesn't need scorch either. So I guess he will apply enfeeble. Yeah, he'll apply enfeeble. So let's do that real quick. No. Maven boots are explode. But if I'm going to explode chests, I'll get +1 curse there. Yeah, okay, so it's still fine. And feeble level 1, no quality. This removes survivability. Why? Because it's counting my blasphemers and feeble as being superior to this and feeble. What do I think about that? I think it's fine. I think this will have more uptime than, actually no, I think this will have more uptime than the blasphemers and feeble, just because of the nature of blasphemers and feeble. She just walks around single target. I don't know that it stays on the boss. It might. I'm not entirely sure. There's one way to find out. I don't know that Dominated will have this, but we can check. Dominated. Perfect. Blasphemer. These are the curses in question. That's the enfeeble. So like, notice how there aren't too many enemies here. Why does the quality just do that, my guy? There aren't too many enemies here, but like the Vaughn aura is going off screen. This is not on the enemy. This one has stopped affecting the enemy. So it's not, look at where the Vaughn aura, so it's not perfect uptime. They can behave, you know, haphazardly. They won't always go where we want them to go. So I think AG overall will be a more consistent enfeeble that I'm fine relying on versus his enfeeble that I'm not actually fine relying on. So we will keep the enfeeble here. We have bone barrier, so we have, yeah. I think this is a kingmaker build just because I'm in need. I'm in need of DR. I want to be a bit tankier than I currently am. Now, granted, this is without my defensive, right? I'm going to have a defensive. Let me actually put it defensive. Steel skin. Cast when damage taken. Okay. Where's fortification? You have plus 10 fortification. You and nearby allies have plus 10 fortification. Yeah, that works. All right. So Kingmaker AG, he has Kingmaker, Mask of the Stitched, additional curse, explode, Asenath, drop Asenath for, what do we have in place of Asenath? I don't need the temp chains here. I don't want the temp chains here, and I don't want windscreen. I want Maven Boot, so Legacy of Fury with maximum. I don't care about the Scorch. I just care about the chance to kill a Scorch, the explode chance. And then for the gloves, we're just going to make any pair of AG armor gloves that has % life regeneration rates, as well as corrupted with enfeeble on hits. AG. That's what we want for gloves. There. All right, so this gives us Culling Strike, gives us item rarity, gives us crit multi. We're not scaling crits, so crit multi is kind of whatever. But the fortification is going to be comfortable. Realistically, though, we could also go Frenzy Charge. We could also go Replica Victorious Charity and Explode Weapon. That is another option we could do. But that would put us, I guess that'd be an easy source of endurance charges to where I might not need this guy, or instead of this guy I might then end up going, what's the name of the thing, Immortal Call. But I don't think I'm going Immortal Call simply because it doesn't help against chaos damage, and I'm converting a large chunk of damage to chaos. Kingmaker, animates Guardian. This is like the only thing he's contributing that matters. Scorch doesn't matter because the enemy can't reduce res already. Ascendancy, Trial, Master, Bloodline, brother. Curse, chests. You can apply an additional curse. That would allow me to, oh Jesus. Whew. My offhand slot is free, so what we're going to do is shield charge, we have attack speed coming from our tree, so that is fine. Shield charge, frost blink, punishment. Punishment is 60% increased damage taken while live, while on low life. Low life is 50% and less, but 60 times 0.4, which is the amount of life it would be available for. That's 24. So punishment, nearby enemies take 24% increased damage. Enemies also shocked, but by how much I do not know, so I will just go the safe bet of 10. Probably going to be more than 10, but the safe bet of 10 is fine. Enemy is also unnerved because awakened control destruction has 10% chance for unnerve on hits. I think this is good damage because now we're going to copy this, paste it. Oh my god, what the fuck? Copy this, paste it. Thank you. We're going to disable Val Absolution And then for this one, we're going to have 3 because there's going to be 3 regular absolutions. Val absolution, switch to absolution, absolution, right? And then for Mr. Val absolution over there, it's this. And then for this guy, it's regular. There. That's a decent amount of damage. Nothing crazy by any means. And we have 3 points we can still kind of flex with. But I'm now happy with the defenses at the very least. These defensive numbers I'm fine with now. Offensively, it's decent. Defensively, it's decent. And this is without Mage Blood. With Mage Blood, we can get these numbers higher. But without Mage Blood and without defensives, it's very solid. And then with defensives, yeah. It's just solid. Only thing that I would then be worried about is the cost of Forbidden Flesh and Flame for Missions of Sacrifice. That's like the biggest question mark here, because I don't like making builds that require FNFs, because there is only so many on the market. If the build becomes popular and people actually play it, then you run into an issue of supply demand. It gets expensive very quickly. So I don't like this being a requirement. I really don't like it. But without it, it would feel considerably worse. Let's count our minions actually. We have 3 absolution, 1 ascended as absolution. We have 1 golem, 1 AG, and then 4 specters. That's 10. Okay, so yeah, we do have 10 minions. With these numbers, I'm honestly considering dropping Kingmaker for Replica Victorious Charity. Replica Victorious is Frenzy and Endurance Charge. We wouldn't have Frenzy Charge single target, but we would have Endurance Charge. I also think I would like to give my AG a bit more resistances in the way of like Chaos Res. What are my AG stats? Let's see. Yeah. 35%. So that means in the ideal universe, this should also have that. He's regenerating 35k life a second, and he has decent max hits. That being said, he's not capped on lightning res, so should do something about that. His gloves are an easy source of res that we can give him, but it has to be pre-corrupted, so I can't guarantee to have lightning res, you know, or chaos res. But if you can find stuff, if you can find that, then that'd be nice. Also, let's actually just finish this up. Do we go punishment curse effects? Honestly, I'm inclined to just go. There's no chaos damage taken recouped as life. Ooh. Oh wait, there's cold damage. Surely there's chaos. Give me chaos, brother. Dodge. Okay, so there's no chaos damage recouped as life. What is my highest damage taking elements? I think it's fire. I think it's fire because Dawnbreaker converts fist to fire. It also converts lightning to fire and some cold to fire. So I think fire. It's fire. It's chaos, fire, cold, and then miscellaneous. Physical, I guess. Yeah, I think fire damage taken recouped as life might not be a bad deal. It's just some extra recoup. Either that or we go punishment effect. Punishment effect, what would that then be? It'd be 60 times 1.15, which is 69, times 0.4. So that'd be 27.6% increased damage on average, which is more damage. Like if this becomes 27.6, so just 27 because technically 27.6 because we're averaging here 27 31 to 31.9 to 32.6. Oh, it's almost 1 mil DPS. Can I put 0.5? Nope. PoE doesn't recognize it because PoE doesn't recognize it. Okay. So do I go recoup or do I go punishment effects? I think I'll just go punishment effects. It's the thing that makes the most sense. I guess I could also go. No, this is only max res here. It's either punishment or recoup. I'll go punishment. I think I have a decent amount of oh, it's not 15, it's 12. Oh, that's ass. Oh, never mind. Because that would mean it is going to be 60 times 1.12 divided by 0.4 times 67. 60 times 1.12 divided by times 0.4. 26. It's still fair, I guess. It's still fair. Punishment effects. Welcome back. I can undeafen soon. Let me just finish. But now this is 27, not 28. So it's about it's about a mil DPS, give or take. Is there anything else I can do right now to improve my DPS as well? What's up?
What's up?
I'm good. You?
Can't complain.
What can I do to improve my DPS? We have 3 points to spare. We can obviously just do this. That's 2 mil DPS. Or, and this is the smart thing to do, is just fill this out. 36 mil DPS. I think I'll take it. I think this is fine. For a non-mage blood setup, I think this is very fine. Now, if we corrupt everything like we should, corrupt the helmets, corrupt the gauntlets, oh, wrong thing. Then there would technically be 50%. If it's corrupted items, it will be 50% less life regeneration rate. Okay, that applied. And then it'll be 30% more life, which would be insane. We would then have a high end of 6K? So it will be 1500 overflow. But if I want to really lean into that, I'd have to scale regen. I'd have to in that scenario. So that includes, I think going 30% would, I honestly think this 30% would end up being POB warrior in real talk. And here's my thought process. If you're having 50% less life regeneration rates, you're going to need a stupid amount of life regen to actually get to the full 30%, at least, and this is important, at least without energy shield. If you have energy shield to protect your life, then it's not it's not unheard of. Never mind. Even with energy shield, it's kind of rough, because this says it's damage from hits it's taken from the barrier before life or ES. So even with ES, it's still, I guess it depends. If you're in the thick of fighting, you're not going to feel that out unless you have like insane regen, which you would need to actively build towards. Like if I had Conk Ground, like let's say I had Conk Ground as well, my life regen goes from 366 to 600, so that means I have 300 per second with the corrupted items, which means it'll take me 5 seconds of not taking damage to fill that out, which is not unheard of. So it's not POB warrioring. I would just need to figure out how to get more life regen like Conk Ground. That, my friends, is the $1 million question, eh? How on earth do I do that? Life recovery from regen. So that means flask recovery is also not counted towards the barrier, which is sad. Well, I mean, it's expected. How on earth do we fit more recovery? Life recovery could go there. Could go here. You know, I'm now realizing why I needed to get Light of Meaning Chaos Res on my free share version. Because tell me why I still need strength and I still need, well, I don't need dex, which is good. I still need strength though. If I still need strength on top of what I currently have, yeah, I'll just put it on the ghastly, on the cluster jewel, I guess. Let's try 45. Is that enough? Yeah, it's enough. In theory, if I were to fit in a what's the name of that thing? Rational Doctrine, that would solve all the problems I'm having with regen. All of them. That being said, that's easier said than done. So back to the drawing board. What if I went chance to avoid stun on my ghastly eye jewels instead of, let me see. Nope, it's not worth dropping attack speed. It's not worth dropping the attack speed. I would have to get it on top of this or corrupted. It'd have to be like chance to avoid stunned. And at this point, it's asking for a lot. It's a very specific jewel. Well, 24, that's double would be 50, so 100. So that means we're going to be at like 90% chance to avoid stun, which means we no longer need immutable force. So we can then put rational doctrine for the con ground, but then that means we need to reduce our intelligence. We need to become dumber. Where did my strength go? Did this get undone? I figured it would. And then with these guys, Rongo Karui turtle into still higher. Same thing. And now muscles over brains. So we have conk ground. We now have the regen. We would then have 50% less and 30% more life. So that is 400 life regen. 427 less life regen, or 427 life regen. So it would take us 1,600 life. So that's 4 seconds to fill out that. And then we still have the option of doing stuff like quartz, quicksilver. Honestly, I don't need the Rumi's concoction, I just realized. So we just go for regular granites. And then number 4, what is that last flask going to be? I don't have anything, so I'll just go basalt, really. And then I'm going to change some of these things. Basalt is going to go to regen. So when I'm mapping, this goes up to 500, so it only takes 3-ish seconds to fill out my bonus life. Armor, movement speed, armor. So I need to do something about the armor coming from granite, and I think we're going to replace it with what? Reduce effect of curses, most likely. Yeah. And then flasks, life. Divine flask. Immunity to bleeding if used while bleeding. High duration. I personally I'm not a big fan of this. I'd much rather use increase the amount recovered. No, it's reduce amount recovered. What do I like here? I don't think I care for this. I can honestly use this. Removes life from mana because I'm not using mana, so it's fine. All right, and whenever I'm mapping, we have really good stats. I think I'm happy with this. All things considered, it's probably less damage than Frisia, but it's less damage than Frisia. But all things considered, I think we come out with the win. And not only that, we'd actually still have Bone Barrier, so we have like Leech. I am contemplating if instant Leech is worth it with these few minions, but with the way Innocence procs his spells, I think this is instant Leech is still very strong. I think instant Leech is still very strong. Val Absolution. All right, let's actually start labeling some of these configs. Increase minion duration, not for Val Absolution duration. Is bugged for minion duration is bugged for Val Absolution duration. All right, this is punishment. Then Kingmaker also has the crits line I should probably honestly put. So let's just go find it real quick. Nearby allies have 50% of critical strike multiplier. Nearby allies, brother, have 50% to critical strike multiplier. I don't expect it to do much for my damage, but I might as well do it for accuracy. Plus 50% there. It barely touched my look at that, 300k. Yeah, I wasn't expecting it to do much. I no longer need calling Forest Warrior for the calling strike, so I can now remove this. Actually, it's not hurting anyone being there as well. What else do we go here? Let's just put the remaining stats here. Val skills. Oh my god, I forgot something. 30% less souls per use. I forgot something important. At Ziri's reign, I'm supposed to use this jewel. I'm on rational doctrine. You're the weakest link. You're the weakest link in this place. Ooh. I don't think it's worth. I'll do 15% more life. That is a large reduction in regen. For what's the name of the node? Sacrifice of blood. Let's do this. Let's take this to the next line. So now we have at series rain, which is 20% Val skill effect duration. That takes his duration to 44. Was it the same without? Okay, no, it does affect it. Okay, cool. At series rain, and it's at series rain that we can now say, brother, what is this? I really hate this bug. It is with at series rain paired with like at series rain's 18% chance to regain consumed souls when used, paired with a 20% chance to regain, like 20%, so that's 40%. And it's the reason why, despite having 40%, despite having been only able to cast this 6 times, because we can cast our Val skill 6 times, we have a 40% chance that we keep the souls, which means in theory we can cast it like 8 times in the same zone or even more, but on average is like 8 times, which should be enough to clear the map at 40 seconds a pop. I think I said at 40 seconds, at 44 seconds rather. You're looking at 5.8 minutes, which is a long time to clear a map. And if you somehow fail in that time, then all you have to do is leave the map and come back in, and your soul game prevention, which is stupidly long, gets reset. But let's hope that doesn't happen. Astro, thank you for the follow. That actually kind of scared me. All right. I think everything is fine. I'm happy with this setup. That being said, is this league startable? I don't know. I have to think. How would I go about league starting this? You can't F and F, so you have to naturally pick up Mistress of Sacrifice. So then you'd go Shepherd of Souls. It's easy to get 4 corrupted items because we have 4 uniques that can be corrupted. The amulet is not so easy. It's kind of scary to corrupt, to be honest, especially when you're on a budget. So I think it's one of those situations where you just accept the simple fact that early on, maybe the play would just be going for 18-second uptime, 24-second downtime Val Absolution. You know, just go for that. It's not perfect, but like, it is what it is, and you just use him for bosses. And then eventually, I don't want to do that though, because like early on, that is when we can really take advantage of modifiers like armor during soul game prevention, and because it's perma uptime, or because soul grain prevention is always up, it's a very high value mod. Skill duration, go Shepherd of Souls and try to get 4 corrupted items. Here's the thing though, before Doriani, you can easily have a corrupted chest to replace your amulet. So it'd be chest, chest, shield, belt. What is my other corrupted item? Chest, shield, belt. Oh no. Part of the 4 is already chests, so it has to be amulets. Or it has to be something else. This is already corrupted. This is part of the 4 that can easily be corrupted. I guess maybe not replica. Or maybe replica. I don't think it'll be quite as popular this league, so it should be on the cheaper side. So it shouldn't be as big of a pain to corrupt. And I wouldn't corrupt it before putting data attunement, because that just increases the cost of putting data attunement. But yeah, at series range should also be on the cheaper side. What if you went 18-second downtime, 24-second uptime, and then went at series rain, and then just because at series rain probably is cheap early, so the goal would then be press Val Absolution on bosses and pray it procs the 40% chance. If it doesn't, then you scatter souls again after 18 seconds. But if it does, then you can instantly proc it again before he expires or when he expires. That's a way of playing. Not my preferred way of playing, especially because the jewel also comes with skill effect duration, which extends soul game prevention. I think it's just a Shepherd of Souls. Maybe you just go for corrupted boots or something else that is easy to get away with corrupted. Maybe even ring. Corrupted rings are not really a thing, to be honest, but I don't know, man. I don't know. Either way, you're going to need the 4 corrupted items before you take this ascendancy. But the moment you have it, then you go with that. Let's make a league starts version, I guess. Let's do that. A non-Doriani version. Pre-mage blood. New witch necro, and then the one going into, oh, I almost forgot. With this guy, I should choose the bloodline ascendancies. I should state them somewhere, probably in the notes. Corruption's embrace. Then the next one should be Priest of Yarmak. I can leave it there. Notes, trial master bloodline ascendancy. And then just copy the same things. Corruptions, embrace. Priest of Yarmak. And then low budget. All right, what does the low budget of this look like? By the way, Arcane, how is your League Star prep going? Assuming you're still here.
What League Star prep?
Planning for said League starts?
I'm not doing any. Playing TLI right now.
Interesting. Okay. How is your TLI grind?
Okay. I haven't played in a couple of days because I've been distracted by Marathon, but we're back on the farm.
Enjoy. I don't want to take dual sockets on a low budget simply because I'm trying to save costs. Knowing how my tree kind of looks like in the end game, I'm going to path in a similar way here, but this time I'm going to take advantage of more things on the tree. And then we pick up this. Increase effects. Convoke. Yes. Do I have convocation on that build? That is a very, very good question. Do I have convocation here? Please tell me I do. Punishment, steel skin, stone golem, anime guardian. I don't, but I can fit shield charge here to then fit convocation here. That was a near miss, thank goodness. Convocation. All right. Save. All right, where were we? More life going there, life here. All right, let's just start from the top. I could go for more block here, which would allow me to go for this life node here. Or I could go for more block here and then opt for life node here. Now, what am I leaning towards? Probably this one. Probably that. This is extremely low budget, so we're just going to go for body armor or am I saying? Shield, armor, colossal tower, shield with life. High life, get res, call it a day. How much block chance is that? Okay. Val absolution. Bone offering. That puts me at 71% block chance and 58% spell block chance.
Yeah, not really planning much. Just fact there's so little time in the day. If I have to pick between like a plan and just logging in on a game with some friends, I think I'd rather pick that, you know?
Yeah. I get you. I think I'm just going and enduring composure directly. Just go that. And then on the colossal shield, I would like to put soul gain prevention. Giga armor while soul gain prevention. And I believe body armor can also have the same thing. So body armor. We go armor ES so it's easy on requirements. Sense Hallmark and Eta worlds implicit. Taken as fire, 10%. We avoid life here. So we're going in the ideal universe, we get PDR and we get same modifier, soul gain prevention. And of course, in the ideal universe, we get like increased armor and stuff. But that's then helmets. Am I gonna use zombies / skeletons in the low budget? Maybe. The only reason why I would do that is if I want to use Val Summon Skelly. But I'm already using Val Absolution, so probably not. So body armor, helmet armor, Real Burgonets. Can get +1. Cool. Life. And then res. Well, Eta worlds. Damage taken as fire. Boom. Darkness enthroned. Like 90%. Reverberation rod for absolution. Purpose to what other uniques should I consider? We can try 4 blue triads grid, but that's kind of overkill because we're not going to use it anywhere else. So we're probably better off just using Fist to Lightning for other things. However, I think we might as well just do that if we're going to have any supporting minions. Question is, are we going to have supporting minions? I think the answer is yes. Did I do that in Frisia? Did I get supporting minions? I do not remember. What was in my chess piece? Absolution. So I didn't use reverberation rod, or is this? This is low budget, but no, I did not use reverb rod. Probably should have used reverb rod anyways. I did not use the gloves, so yeah, I think I'll stay away from the gloves is what that means. It's not needed. Absolution, low budget. I'll just go fist to lightning on any support minions that go in the chess piece is what that means. Val Absolution goes in weapon 1. I guess I could also just use specters instead, like slave drivers scale the same way as what's your face Absolution, so they'd be very good supports minions. The only problem is if I go slave drivers, I can't actually go support specters. But is that really a problem? But if I want to go support specters, I kind of have to do this, which means I need to draw points from elsewhere. And honestly, the weakest link is here. And I pick this for the last points. Yeah. I think that's the play. So instead of doing skeletons or anything else, my support minions will be specters. So this would scale very similarly to my current Reg Defiler setup. Except instead of the specters being the main damage dealers, it's Absolution. Which means in this 12 link, I realistically should have specters who are the supporting casts. And then in my 6th link in chest, I should have Absolution, is what that means. I'll have 3 because I can't guarantee that I would actually have 4. Valataya, what up? How you doing? Bone Offering, Desecrates, Arcanist, Brand, Conductivity. This can go in like gloves. Raise Spectre, Spell Echo. No, Spell Echo is already in the thing. Minion damage. Minion speed. Faster casting, most likely. Control destruction is also already there. Elemental focus. Then Absolution will get Spell Echo. Respect. Let's go slave drivers for now. Lightning Surge. We'll have like 3 of them. Spell Echo. Fist to lightning. added lightning. Minion damage. Lightning pen. All right, cool. But with my computer, got more RAM and put new cooling shit on the CPU. Tried to add for GPU too, but failed opening it. Didn't have the right tools for installing CPU cooler, so needed to use. That sounds interesting. How did that work? So you said you failed at it, so that means you're going to get the tools so you can actually try to add the cooling for your CPU and GPU, or did you actually manage to put the new cooler for CPU, but you couldn't do it for GPU? I think this is fine. I don't think I need to put nearby allies damage with lightning is lucky because I already have purple, so yeah, purple store is fine. It already makes, yeah, cool. It already works. Gloves, armor. For gloves, we need. Is there soul game prevention? Anything here? There is, but not in any capacity I like. Minion damage, life and res. CPU and RAM is fine, but couldn't do GPU. Was a pain. Don't want to do it again soon. Had 16 gig before, now got 16 more just for new league so I can play and have more trade windows open. Sounds good. I also upgraded from 16 to 32 a while back. Actually, no, I upgraded from 8 to 32 a while back. Best upgrade I could have done. But like since then, the other things I'd like to upgrade, but it's fine. We'll live. I think I'm more likely to get to just buy a new PC than I am to upgrade the current one. So the current one it does its job without complaining. And if it's happy, I'm happy, I guess. I think it's the last upgrade for your computer. And that new computer next. Nice. Hopefully not too soon, so you can actually save up for like an insane one. I don't know if I want to go. Do I want to force 25 here? Let me think. Beautiful amount of armor. Do I want to drop this for a +1 shield? Because then that would put me at 24 paired with its. I think so. I think so. I think that is the play. So let's go bones and shield. Fossilized spirit shield with +1 life and soul gain. This way I can put a Fort Spectre And even my absolution is in a happier spot because it's an extra level for it, right? So you can't complain. Now for rings, we're just going to go for any ring. Where's Amethyst ring? There. We just care about life and res. Life and res. And then for the 2 abyssal sockets, we're going into abyssal ghastly hydro with 1 mod, and that is lightning damage. That's gonna be it. Items done. Skills not even close, but I think some spectre stacking is going to be meta. What do you mean spectre stacking? Like, do you think, like, are you saying specters will be meta? If so, it'll be somewhat meta for once, but I think they won't be meta in the sense of they're competing with actual non-minion meta builds, but they would definitely be strong. The second Val absolution is regular absolution, and then we have 3 of them, and then we include that in DPS. I am so confused as to what I'm looking at now. We have the absolution cascade. Can I drop this? Oh, wrong one actually. I'm meant to drop. Nope, I can't drop that. Doesn't matter if I drop that or not. Okay. But like I'm now confused. This is the regular absolution. They do this, and this is me casting it. Oh, I think this is my player character casting it. It's adding my damage. Yes, I think that is correct. I think that is correct, actually. All right, we have conductivity. All of these are nice. All of these are nice. Bone offering for the block. We don't have as much block chance as I would like, but I think it's fine. Supports minions, support minions. Here we go. We can either go Carrion Golem or we can go Stone Golem. I'm inclined to go Carrion for the damage, but let's see if it's actually a substantial amount. Barely makes a difference. Barely makes a difference. To be fair, slave drivers don't scale with base phase, so Carrion Golem doesn't do much there. So we're going to be going Stone Golem is what that means. Stone Golem. Feeding Frenzy. Maybe raise zombies. Phase to lightning. Put this at 7. Maybe not. It's not looking like they're doing more damage. Feeding Frenzy is active. I guess it's still like 30k damage for DPS. It's okay. It's nothing crazy. Now for our auras, what auras are we going to be using? We're going to be using Purity of Elements because ailment immunity early on is very nice to have. We're going to be using Wrath aura, and we're going to be using Flesh and Stone, maybe. I know I can't fit Zealotry in here. Yeah, I can't. Would be nice if I could, but I can't. So yeah, Flesh and Stone it is. I wonder what that old quality of Kinetic Rain does. When would they release gem info? What do you mean alt quality? What do you mean by alt quality? As for the gem info for Kinetic Rain, I think. Wait a second. Wasn't it in Ziggy's video? Or even, I think it might have even been here. Yeah, Kinetic Rain is here. What do you mean alt quality? Do you mean like the transfigured variant, which I don't think we're getting transfigured variants for them yet anyways. Wait, there's a transfigured variant of it already from the patch notes section. Let's see. That's interesting actually. I didn't think we'd be getting one so soon. New items, skill gems, Kinetic Rain of Impact. Oh, you're right. Huh. I have a feeling it's going to remove the second portion of Kinetic Rain and do more damage on the hits. That is my guess. It's going to remove the anomaly and just be more damage on the hit. Give me a quick second. I'll be right back. Okay. Where was I? Kinetic Rain of Impacts. What is Somatic Shelled? Did they actually show this? Did they talk about Somatic Shell at all? Or is this like completely new? Because the name kind of sounds familiar, but I don't think I remember if they said anything about it. Yeah, I don't remember. Anyways, maybe it's a new defensive. We haven't had a new defensive and a new guard skill in forever, so who knows? Where was I? I was battling with this. Purity of Elements, Wrath, Flesh and Stone. Summon Skitterbots, maybe. Nope, not these two. Are there any auras that make sense for me to get with Flesh and Stone? I don't think so, right? Can't get Zealotry, can't get... I can get Wrath, obviously. But can't get Zealotry. Can't get an offensive aura. Tempest Shield is... slightly too expensive. By slightly, I mean very expensive. So I guess... what auras did I use in Freesia? I think this is the wrong one. Yeah, it is. League starter. This should be it. I used Tempest Shield. Did I cut my block? Close enough. Purity, Wrath, Vitality. What do I think? Do I want to do that? Either way, I need to use the remaining of my mana space, or I need to drop this. I'm leaning towards using it. I guess I could potentially drop like... maybe not you. Maybe that's overkill. Maybe you drop like that. Nah, this is even worse. We'll just do this one here. And now with the extra points, what do? We can do 1, 2. What do I need more? Attack or spell? Probably attack. Maybe something like that. That works, I think. Convocation. Either that, or I just round out all the life nodes we don't have. Or maybe pick up some of these for damage. But I think I'm fine with where I'm at offensively for this budget. Kind of fine with it. Kinda. This goes in boots. And then in the offhand, we can get our mobility. So Frost Blink, Geocharge, brother. What else? Maybe faster attacks. I'll leave it at this for now. Maybe we don't have any sources of unnerve. Do we have a source of exposure? I don't think so. We should get a source of exposure. So instead of this, it should be Elemental Army. And the reason Elemental Army should work here is because of the flat lightning we're giving them. So they should be doing lightning damage thanks to these guys. And then that should allow them to be lightning exposed. There. Slightly more damage. Rumi's concoction. Movement speed, armor. And then a life flask. I said I was going to add that life flask and I forgot, so let's add it now. All right. In terms of these guys, what am I missing? Support minion wise, I don't think I'm missing anything. We don't have a source of onslaughts. We have no unholy minds. Number of summoned minions, things over 10. Con ground, no. Use the minion skill, yes. Soul game prevention, yes. Consume corpses, 5. 1 brand. I don't know that we have enough damage to shock consistently, so I'm just going to leave this as not shocked. And then plus 200% to all resistances. Cap resists with open suffixes. What do I even need? That's where is the dexterity requirements here? Yes, oh god, of all the things. That should be a 1. Honestly, this should probably be a 1 too. All right. Strength, shield charge again doesn't even need to be 20, could be 19 for all I care. I think you do want levels on shield charge if possible, so there's that. Rumi's concoction. We get to 7360. But we're at 6161. I think I'm fine with this. I think this is a good fresh out of campaign setup. Armor during soul game prevention. Armor during soul game prevention. Everything else is pure armor. We have enough strength to where we can actually support that. We still go for stuff like bones so we can get to level 25 specters so that we can then get our fourth specter. Is early focus still the play here? Let me just make sure. And realistically, slave drivers are temporary. Oops, Slayer, thank you for the follow. Kind of scared me. Jesus. How you doing? Faster casting it is. And then realistically, in this version, you want to have wretch defilers, if I'm being very honest with you. You want to have wretch defilers because they do more damage than slave drivers and they're tankier, so there's no reason not to. They have more coverage, just better in every way, shape, and form. Then you can drop your wretch defilers when you spec a bit more into absolution and you're ready to go full absolution. I think that is specters, slave drivers from Act 5, control blocks. Until you get wretch defilers. All right. What am I thinking? Is there anything else that should be in the notes section yet? Right now, no. Not that I can think of. So that's the low budget and that's the pre-Mage Blood version. Next, we need to make the Mage Blood variant and make sure it doesn't lose damage. How do we do that? We're going to be dropping these two. Chance to avoid stun is free. Not much is free. We are not going to be corrupting a Mage Blood, I can tell you that much, unless we're buying a corrupted one. Maybe we just buy a corrupted one instead, so because for all intents and purposes, we're fine with it. We just get a corrupted 4 flask one. And then we're chilling. How do I put a Mage Blood on this in a way that doesn't lose me damage? Because at this rate I will lose damage. I guess I can drop Storm Shroud because no, I can't actually. I have Fire Code and Chaos damage, and I still need ailment immunity. So yeah, I can't drop Storm Shroud. I don't think. I can give up on chance to avoid shock boots, but is there really a reason to do that if I don't need to? So what would my flask be giving? What would my flask give me? It can't give me res. It can give me immunity to stun immunity. It can give me regen, phasing, and armor. I'm fine with those things. But that being said, what else can you give me? Max res. I'm definitely going for max res, which means melding. And I can't do melding, can I? Maybe I can do melding and then bismuth flask to counter it. It shouldn't affect my lightning res too much. What auras do we have? Purity of ice, purity of fire. With melding, we only need but we need both purities though. The reason we need both purities is because of the Watcher's Eye. I guess what I could do is I could go for a 20% Watcher's Eye and just leave 10% unconverted, but that seems, and that 10% is then mitigated by the hits will be mitigated by armor, which I will have a very healthy amount of armor, but the dots will be mitigated by my regen, which I mean 10% of the dot I think is fine. So I just focus on purity of fire, drop purity of ice, go bismuth. No. Quartz, quicksilver, granites. I don't have to run sapphire and what's the ruby. I don't have to do that. I would like to have basalt. But yeah, I don't see an easy way to get max res with flasks. I guess ruby is more important than sapphire though, because we do have, like, going into calc, you can see the portions of damage I'm taking. The most amount of damage I will take is chaos, followed by fire, and then cold. Only we only have 15% of other elements taken as cold. Wait, let me think. If I have the shield that's converted to fire, and then that means my cold res and my lightning res would have 10% unconverted. Not the end of the world if I get my fire res to 90% and I just get my cold res to like 0 or slightly positive. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Defensively, at least. Those max hits would be worse. You know what? I am currently kind of tired, so we might be ending stream soon. But before we do, I would really like to figure out how a mage blood can help me. Obviously, mage blood allows regen, which allows this to actually be up. This guy, sacrifice of blood guy, you know, it would help out a lot, like a ton. So like that 300 regen, even without what's his face, I forget the name of the thing, without rational doctrine, it should still be fine. Anywho, I think the ways in Mage Blood helps me is by saving me points elsewhere. Where can I save points that matter? This cannot be replaced by Mage Blood because it's an endurance charge. I mean, technically can, I guess, if I go for this Jewel Socket next. Where can I get more minion damage on my tree without... Where can I get more? If I had to go for a second 12 passive cluster, that'd be huge. That might honestly be the play with a Mage Blood version. Go for 2 12 passive clusters, rely on Mage Blood a lot for making up for the gaps in that. But what gaps will arise? Block chance might arise. PDR will definitely arise. I actually forgot I'm supposed to be getting minion. There's supposed to be a mastery for minion CDR that isn't here yet, obviously. Why does it say helmet has too many? Oh, that's why. And then body armor. I mean, I can move this down here. I probably should. Yeah. I think that'll end up being what I have to do to take full advantage of it. Yeah, there's no universe I go this guy, right? It just wouldn't make sense. For aura stacking, he is definitely the play. Assuming I wanted to aura stack. He has some defensive nodes. It would allow me to go something like Flesh Offering instead of Bone Offering and still have the block. But then I wouldn't have this, but I don't really need this either. Like Hatred is the only aura that would probably be decent. Maybe with the free Wrath, I would then go Zealotry. But I can't have 4 Ascendancy points because I need 2 elsewhere. So realistically, I wouldn't even get this, or I get this and I wouldn't get this or this. Yeah, I'll probably end up getting, I would end up getting that. But this seems like a waste of a point then. This is slightly more armor. I don't know. Anywho. Yeah. I think that might be it for today. I am quite tired. But I think the Absolution setup got brought to life. I'll likely be making a video on... I haven't decided which I want to make a video on first, Absolution or Phantasms. I think I'm more confident in the Absolution setup. So that will likely be what I make the guide on tomorrow. Then I still need to kind of work out for a leveling path. Honestly, I can just refer people to my Reg Defiler video because it's the same leveling path, the same leveling POB can apply for both of them, because you do still end up in the same low budget states, kind of. You're still using a reverberation rod. You're still getting specters to 25 to support your absolution, all of that good stuff. The difference is the supporting minions for red defilers are different, but like that is where the low budget would then differ. And the red defiler already uses absolution to level. So it's like it's the perfect leveling guide already for absolution. And then there's phantasms. What do I think of my phantasms? I think phantasms are pretty solid. The change they got today, they didn't get to change today. The pit of the command change that they announced today in the updated patch notes, that one should benefit phantasms in certain setups. Currently, no, it's not going to help what I have POB'd for phantasms. However, when I do eventually POB what's a rate lord? When I do eventually POB a mage blood version, it's going to come in clutch because that'll be how I get the full Amanamu Gaze effect, even while losing Darkness Enthroned, if I can talk. Only thing is, since it's gloves, I'll be losing 2 sockets, so I'd have to figure that out as well. Yeah. Anywho, that's it for today. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate y'all. I am quite tired, so I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then,